よいしょ。はい、ということで皆さんどうもいかがお過ごしでしょうか。あきなしでございます。で、今回はね、PS の、ゲームやっていこうと思います。ヴァンパイアです。まあ眠たくなるまでやれるとこまでやります。ということで。って言ってもちょっと眠たい。音量大丈夫かね。ニューゲーム。ストーリーモード、ノーマルモード、ハードモード。ストーリーモードは重要なプレイ体験が損なることなんですか。物語を楽しみながら安全に冒険することができます。市民を手にかけずにこのモードを終えても報酬はありません。ノーマル。市民を手にかけるとキャラクターの成長が早まります。手にかけた市民の数によって戦闘の難易度が変化します。じゃあこれで。こんばんは。ルクさんがどうも。いかがお過ごしでしょうか。
8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
これが主人公か。 く大丈夫です。オッケー。こっちかな。誰かおる。誰や、女か。女。これどういう表現？心臓ってこと？バツ。身内か？
Mary! Oh, no.
妹？
Mary! Hold on. Please, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary.
メアリー死んじゃった。
No. No. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain!
いた？で？
These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot!
これで走るのか。
This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening. Over there! No, please stop. I mean you no harm.
あ、殴れんのか。殴れんのか。わわわ。で、どっち？こっち？
What's going on?
こっちか。よいしょ。よいしょよいしょ。
Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go?
街って。
Now, I can defend myself. Kill that thing!
そいつを殺せ。おるよ。
Who are you?
おいで。
Stay back!
おい。おい。おい。
Sorry, but you left me no choice.
すまんな。で、上か。で、
Who are you? Stupid beast!
丸がかい。
I'll take its
Oh, no.
head!
おいで。
Sorry.
ソーリーって言おる割にはまあまあ勢いいる。
No, please, stop!
おいで。
Who are you?
おいで。ガードしかないのかな。
What do you want?
で、
I mean you no harm. I need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's
That'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me.
痛そう。
The sun
大ダメー
feels
ジ。
like it's burning me to the bone.
炎などの一部の属性からは大ダメージが発生してヘルスゲージの最大値が減少します。ああ、上の体力バーってことね。OK。
I need to find somewhere to hide.
な
I
い。
cannot enter. Let me go!
うわ。危な。おいおいおい。こんなんか
I
なん
need
か
to find shelter.
シェルター。シェルター。
It's
ない
locked, all right.
ドア。開けます。
Is anybody there? What is this place? Place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
なるほど。これがシェルター。
I had better remain here until nightfall.
ひとひ。シリング。今さっきのシリング。
What have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
こいつの家ってこと？死んどるか。まあまあやられてんな。ひどい顔で。
Wait, this one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
ああ、で、あそこに投げられたんね。はいはいはい。
That's impossible.
This ここにはなんかないの？なさそう。ない。ない。ない。ない。鏡。シリング。噛まれた後ね。12の12。
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me?
No, なるほど。
No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. still have so much left that needs doing.
だからしんどりやん。わわわ。注射器。リボルバーじゃん。
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
医者かこいつ。
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
殺すのに比べたら殺すのなんか兵みたいな。まあ強い。で、同僚ってこと？
No, it never got easy.
リボルバー。レベル1、45。このいい塗れる。リサイクルできるよ。もうね、そういう系？はいはいはい。マチェーテと、で、ライフが、はいはい。で、あ、こっち図。ミッションは、そういう系。クエスト。ヴァンパイアの弱点。ヒルどもは太陽と、火を恐れない。そして太陽光の下に体をさらしても燃え上がりし、燃え上がりもしなければ灰にならない。だが彼らを、傷つける効果としては優秀。実に優秀だ。私は個人的にヴァンパイアを、気にくくりつけ、夜明けに何が起こるかを観察したことがあると。はいはいはい。プリウェンリーダー、カーエル・エルドリッチ、敵を知れより。なるほど。火に弱いよって。ヴァンパイアやから火に弱いよってことね。おめえの弱点はこうだよってことや。で、血まみれの日記帳。10月15日、眠れない。ベッキーは、一晩中咳をしていた。高熱に押されていた。朝、大きな音を聞いた。川岸の地面に大きな穴を掘るのに男たちが機械を持ってきた。機械のシャベルのようなものだった。あの男たちに頼めば仕事をもらえるだろうか。ベッキーには薬が必要だ。10月16日。機械のシャベルの男たちと話した。ロンドン中で、集団墓地を掘っているそうだ。何らかの安全対策だろう。新しい疫病が、流行っているんだろうか。インフルエンザが戻ってきたのか。仕事はもらえなかった。ベッキーは昨夜少し寝れたようだ。芋の工場は閉まってしまって、この辺りに仕事はない。17日飛んどるよ。今日ってことは違う。19日、ロンドン食べ物と薬を探しに行ってきた。電車は走っていない。テムズを渡って戻るのに丸1日かかった。ベッキーはベッキーって誰？ブラックマーケットで注射器何本かと睡眠薬を見つからなかった。お金がない。ローに行って見つける。でもそうすぎる。妻を長い間して。下のあれがベッキーかな。機械ね、21日行って、ベッキーが家を出るぐらいなら死んだ方がいいと、意味な、笑顔で笑った。なぜベッキーはこんなに私を苦しめるんだと。これ夫婦ってことですな。で、ベッキーは私に襲いかかった。階段から、私に飛びかかってきて噛みつこうとした。私はベッキーを叩かなければならなかったが、ベッキーも叩き返してきた。私は2階に戻って寝室に閉じこもってベッキーは下叫んでる。自分の妻から身を守るためにこれを使わなければ。はいはいはいはい。なるほど。はあ。 ああ、でこいつは死んだと。で下におるのがベッキーってこと？これベッキーってこと？なるほど。ここベッキーね。はいはいはい。でベッド。
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it.
ヴァンパイアになっちゃったってことか。ベッキー。
So be it. Rational thinking only.
ヴァンパイアなのに銃で死ねんの？ヴァンパイア。なんで Y が赤色なの？おはようございます。死ねてないやん。死ねんわな。火に焼かれんかったら死ねへんのか。まあまあな血は流してんの。
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Madness it is, as mad as the moon, who changes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflesh.
進化。隠れ家のベッドでは進化や休憩を行います。経験値を使っていれば吸血スキルを取得しましょう。はい、オートファージ。オートファージ。はい、オートファージ。ああ、なるほど。そういう感じか。はい。自分の血を吸収して通常また大ダメージを即可。オートファージね。OK。で、クロー。ああ、これどれだろうな。ブラッド、血がいるってことよな。シャドウ。クロー。本弱な人間の爪の代わりのクローのように、ヴァンパイアは生まれながらの捕食者としての大自然からいくつかのギフトを与えられています。これらの大自然の武器は組織をいとも簡単に引き裂き、敵の能力をも便利です。クローを使うなら君の目には人間が間違えたものに見えるだろう。滑らかで柔らかい肉みたい。ほう。で、これはヴァンパイアは自らの血を呼び出し、それを槍のように投げます。この力はチャージに時間がかかりますが、中距離から遠距離においても強力です。接近戦を好まないヴァンパイアにとってとても強力な超自然の道具です。吸血鬼に血を避けたからせめて口を閉じておけ。ほう。ほう。スピアか。で、もう一個がミスト。ヴァンパイアが力を集中させ、獲物の周辺を取り巻き、短時間の後に爆発する影を作ります。この爆発は針のように生きた槍で範囲内すべてにヴァンパイアを離れた敵の群れをする。道具があれば我々に挑戦できると、考えているが、ヴァンパイア。なるほど。どれだろうな。2メーター。回復5。コスト20。コスト25、3、 25、3。これが強いんじゃない？わからへんけど。なので、ここら辺も強化できるよって。線もいるやん。足らん。これでいくか。進化しちゃった。
Voice in my head. If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made.
ミッションアップデート。永遠なる渇き。この作業が来た。私は今ロンドンにいる。イーストエンドの港近くのどこかだと思う。この辺りのことは知らない。私にわかるのはここで誰かが、人を殺しているということだけ。犯人を探している。彼らを惨殺し血を飲んでいる。彼らと、犯人と同じような姿をするため私にも同じことを起こしたということ。わからないメアリー、私の哀れな妹、血の跡を追って答えを見つけなければならない。まずは私がいない間にここで何が起きたのか情報を集めるといかない。そして僕のために合わせた犯人を見つけ出す。私をこんな姿に描いた犯人を。北の川岸に到達する。チーズ。ないじゃん。これか。あ、ここ行けよってこと。
What I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
死体なくなってるぞ。
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
死体がないぞ。扉開いてるぞ。
Here's the leech. Here!
おい。わお。
My head's spinning.
能力使うと頭クラクラするってこ
It's locked.
と？わかんのかい。こっち行けへん。なんかアイテムはない。なんもない。死体がある。オフハンド武器。山岳で、特殊効果を行う攻撃を仕掛けられます。スタミナ制御です。あ、なるほど。なんかおんかな。
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the
あ、
west
これ
end.
に反応したのか。
Go back home.
はい。
Over there!
おーい。
Die, vermin!
ブラッドを取得し、ヘルスゲージを解放します。皆さんいらっしゃい。おい。
A strength I never
あ、こ
knew
れ
I
がある
had.
ね。オッケー。噛まれてない。じゃあやるか。
See them
おい。
fancy clothes? This one's a top!
熱い。おい。熱いって。痛いって。
This shouldn't be possible.
おい。
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is a fire.
おい。おい。
child learning the limits of my body.
まだおったわい。おいおいおい、いった。おいおいおい。
My reflexes.
はい。
I'm not human anymore.
ああ、で死体からもなんか取れるんやね、それなりになんか。はいはいはいはいはい。なんかいけるやん。なんかあんの。なんもないじゃん。別にジャンプできるわけでもないし。なんか壊して、なんか別にって感じ？なんもない。この車エンジンとこんついてんの？そうそうそう。ヴァンパイアにされちゃったみたいな感じ。されちゃった。じゃあ犯人見つけるぜみたいになってる。今ストーリーで言ったら。ストーリーがこれやね、これ。そう、自分を殺した犯人が誰なんやねんつって。その犯人探しを今からやったら、隔離。感染のため隔離中です。現在の保健所の点々書を持っていないものの隔離地域でエリーは権限を持った何々の従業員。このカードを改ざん、破損または剥がと罰金が課せられますよと。ほうほう、なるほど。カード探せってか。別に何もないし。どっかジャンプができるようなポイントとかもあるんだろうな。どっかあるんかな。なんもないよね。ないね。登ってきただけやもん。よいしょ。で兵士になろう。国と王と国はあなたを求めている。イギリスの兵士たちに代わり、有能な同志たち前線で支えよう。プロパガンダ。兵士になるわ。この兵士になるわ。一緒？これとこれ一緒？あ、違うわ。これを読んだんか。これは兵士になろう。もうちょっと違う。種類が違う。後ろにUnited Kingdom.
My poor sister.
あれがあって。
If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. It's locked.
止まり。
I cannot enter.
10シリング。それ以外は何もない。おお、便利。便利ね。
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it. It's locked.
なんかある。わかんねえ。 なんもない。
It's locked, all right.
ネズミ？ネズミ食えんねん。
Despicable.
ネズミ。ネズミ。おい。
I have this thirst for blood.
なるほどね。ネズミの血吸ってブラッド回復できるってことね。オッケー。暗いの。なんもないし。で
What will London have to say to me?
ジュシリング。なんもない。なんもない。
I cannot enter.
扉は
I
鍵。
have so many questions unanswered.
特に何かがあるわけでもない。ライムハウスの港安定って書いてた。安定？
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
これもまたまあまあな血が。背中撃たれちゃってるやん。
The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
ほう？エルさん。ああ、なるほど。
Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
ちょっと朝栗っぽい。ちょっと朝栗っぽい。ちょっと朝栗っぽいですね。この鷹の目が使えるよみたいな感じ。こっちになんかあるんかな。なんもないんかな。あ、血は赤く表示される。アルミの塊グリス。死体がだいぶ乱雑に投げられてる。本当よ。通れるやん。
This is a slaughterhouse.
屠殺場やって。なんかよくあるな。血が至る賢い。ゴシリング。お、宝箱。
It's locked, all right. It's
鍵かかっ
locked,
てる
all right.
おい、鍵探せ、鍵。鍵探せって。
It's locked, all right.
開けれんのか。ヴァンパイアならいけるだろ。ダメなんか。後でまた来ようと。それで、ほいっと。今のジャンプする必要あった？
Something dire must have come about.
ああ、このなんか探索モード系ですか。
There is no one in sight.
どっかに鍵ないんかな。あ、はい。はい。はい。 これはなんか落ちたら死ぬやつっぽい気がする。町があなたを求めています。町があなたを効果的な医療援助によって人命を救えばインフルエンザの蔓延に大打撃を。これインフルエンザらしい。インフルエンザやばない。わかんねえ。インフルエンザにしてはやべえわ。結構適当に歩けるけど大丈夫か。別になんかあれがやれるわけじゃないし。詳しく知りたいですが、今日からあなたも王立海軍に。めっちゃ兵士募集するやん。あ、そっち行けるんね。なんか手紙みたいなのあるけど、あ、それは取れない。こっちも取れない。ここに行かないかんけど、俺はこっちに向かって行ってる。まあいいや。便利。西の港。
It's locked, all right.
鍵かかってます。
It's locked.
なるほど。今は行けないよってことかい。今はダメですよってことかい。仕方ないな。で、こう戻って。で、犯人の後を追えと。なんかあれやな。めちゃくちゃ募集してるよ。隠れ家。地区に新しい隠れ家があります。マップで。これってこと？こんばんは。りょうちゃんこんばんは。いかがお過ごしか？これどっちから来たっけ？ここか。ここから来て、まあ、犯人を探すには入れる。
It's locked, all right.
鍵かかっとるやないけ。こっち開かへんの？
I cannot enter.
開かんのか。そうか。なんか
Where has everyone
裏
gone?
つける。犯人の血の匂いをだいぶですね。上に登ったよってことね。ネズミだ。
I can't believe I'm doing this.
ネズミの血も運命で。上登ったけど多分降りてきたんだろう、この感じ。違うんかな。とりあえずちょっと適当にふらつくか。アイテムとかない？
It's locked.
別になんかジャンプができるとかじゃないもん。朝栗ほど自由度はないかな。ヴァンパイアやからね、血が欲しいんですよ。
It's locked, all right.
鍵かかってる。
I cannot enter.
鍵かかってる。ってことは、こう丸がね、ダッシュボタンっていうのがね、押しづらいんよね。なんか 設定で変えることもできへんかったし、じゃあもう純粋に追うか、登るか。登っとったしな。登っとったしな。どうやって登んの？あれ一発でしていいの？ウィッと。んでああ、なるほど。隠れ家じゃん。隠れ家休憩できるようになりました。ほんほん。これ何？すべて補充。補充。なるほど。クラフトもできますよと。クラフト、ワークベンチで次の行動を行います。市民の病気を治す治療薬を生成します。自らを結成を制作します。武器アップグレードして、カスタム。はあ。強靭剤。会話中に使用して病気の市民を治療します。医療科の疲労。ガラス瓶。キニネ。どれも作れんが。マッチってアップグレード。ああ、なるほどね。ここら辺を分解せよってことね。いや、わからんな。まだやめとこっかな、これは。アイテム的にちょっとやめとこう。下は行き止まり。普通のハンドル。普通の部品。これリボルバー変えできんじゃね？全然ダメだった。全然足らんわ。そんなにいる？寝ます。さて、バイト。戦闘中ダメージ増加、回復、ボディ、ヘルス、ブラッド、アルティメットとかも欲しい。どっちかな。ダメージを増加させるか回復させるか。回復だろうな。よし、とりあえずこれで次の夜。レベル4。じゃあこうなる。これ入れとこう。弾ないしな。弾あんの？弾ないや。弾も作らないかんってこと？もしかして。そういうわけじゃん。でも現状あれか。これつけとってももう意味なさそうよ。どうやって外すの？これでいけんね。こっちにこう入れたらいい。オッケーオッケー。なんでパッシブがあれね。はい、次の日の夜、おはようございます。犯人探しの続きです。新しい服着たいけどね。ここね。どうも。
At last, a little life.
やっと人がいたよ。
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
お話ししましょう、
Hello,
私
sir.
と。
Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
トム。さあ、こういう系ですか。この場所はどういうところ？
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina. If you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
なるほど。
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. But with the murders and all,
お、殺人のせい？
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
どっちを聞く？殺人に聞
The
く。
murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every
毎
morning.
朝総理で死体
Rains
が
of
見つか
blood.
る。
It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog. What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
下水の犬って最初あれかな？
What have you heard about the epidemic?
宝箱あった
Spanish
かな？
flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
なるほど。
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
で、これで健康。ああ、なるほど。あいつ吸った1500くれんねん。ああ、そういう系ですか。試される系。なるほど。さあ、どっちと喋るか。とりあえずマスターと喋るか。
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
で、一晩中営業を。
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
戻る。人を探しています。長い夜。
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
連続殺人。教えてくれや。
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
なるほど。スラム系ってこと。人を探していま
I'm
す。
looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Like a gentleman, I guess. Well dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
なるほど。わあ、2500も経験値くれんの。推定。こいつは。
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Has
Have you
anybody
been now,
entered the
Koitsu?
bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bowl, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few
こ
hours?
のじ
I
じ
don't
ちっ
know
ちゃ
and
な
I don't care. This is a free
こい
country.
つがでかすぎ
People
る
still
だ
have
け
the right to come and go, don't they?
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
ジダブさんお久しぶりですね。こんばんは。下水道の
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
ああ、こいつは疲れてんねや。あ、そうですか。あわ。この3人以外はおらん。2階に行くか。2階に行くしかないんか。中入れるやん。ジャス。なんもない。こんにちは。なんもない。じゃあ2階に行くしかないんか。
I think I'm losing my mind. I should just run as far away from this place as I can.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
わ
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
ー十字架が
I need a word. Anyone.
十字架の効き目やば。
Well, that's something I can do for you.
殺したくなるよな。いきなり十字架やられたら。
And
不明。江戸川スワンジ石。6000もくれんの。あーでなんか、あーなるほど。あ、なるほど。はははは。なるほど、そういう感じですか。はいはい。
who might you be?
どちら様ですかなと。どうするかなと。言わない。君からどうするかわからない人か。
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
that's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I am performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
なんか出たぞ。なるほど。こういうの解いてけって。教会とは何ですか?
And what exactly is this brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
そうですか。
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docs have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
そら殺すやろ。彼に蹴りをつける。どうだろうな。答えを要求するってどういうこと？なんか変わった？まだ変わってない。わからない。
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
血まみれの服で。ジャックかわいそうになぜこんな目に。これジャック違うね。なんもないんか。10シリング。扉一つ。こっちは
It's locked, all right.
地元の人間から情報を引き出す。
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
隠すってどういうこと？そういうこと。とりあえず聞いてみまるか。
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
おお、なんか出とるぞ、一個。
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just a barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock something.
William Bishop.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the canning factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
はい。市民のヒントを検証した。はあはあはあはあ。そういう感じね。はいはいはい。吸血鬼のあなたは人間の血液によって進化します。ブラッドクオリティバーは市民を休憩した時に取得できる。ヒントをアンロックすると増加します。ああはあ、なるほど。なるほど。こいつにはあと4つ、あと3つあるってこと、4つか。はあ。ああ、なるほど。そういう感じか。まあまあ面倒い感じのゲームやね。今日一日じゃ終わらんかもしれんってやつか。
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
酔っ払い。
You're still ugly as sin.
こいつなんもねえわ。
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
トムと喋るか。
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
はあ。
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
戻る。
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
めっちゃキレてるよ。船を調べる。船ってとこ。あ、こっち。こっちか。
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this
船って
city.
とこ。あれあれかあれかなんか手紙あったとこやん。
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim.
メモ。
What's this? Some sort of note.
フリーウェン指令書。G マッカラムより港警備隊へ 地域で複数名の死亡を確認。優れたヒールが関与。獣の居場所を特定し、速やかに排除せよ。警告。最近の報告によりこのヴァンパイアは非常に暴力的だ。最大限の注意を払って接近せよ。この辺りにも人手が足りていないことは把握しているが、この件に新人を送り込むことはしない。もし俺が正しければ我々は毎晩人を殺している凶暴な一匹を相手にすることになる。いつも通りはまず廃棄された場所。廃棄は地下室、下水道や倉庫などを調査するようにヒルを滅ぼすのだ、兄弟たちを。はい。
These men, there are blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker.
ヘビードリンカー。
There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
あ、結局こっちだったってこと。そういうこと。結局こっちでったよってことか。なんかおるぞ。めっちゃ見えるやん。格闘家やって。開いてるやん。邪魔するで。やるしかねえか。スタン。おい。遠距離武器装備して三国操縦で出したダメージでますために注意しましょう。
Ammunition crate. Good. I may need a lot of bullets. I feel like I'm back on the front line again.
これで鉄砲使えるってこと？おお、12発あるやん。他なんかないの？でも上にも登れるんよな。
I cannot enter.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Are you deaf?
バレてるってこと？やるか。
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
思ったより良かった。あるみ。他なんもないんかな。なんもない。なんもないですぜ。何も拾ってないもん。何も拾ってない。じゃあ下か。あいつやるしかないってことか。 市民じゃないもんな。吸えんもんな。周囲の敵を表示してエネミーカードを表示されます。一部の敵は特定のダメに対して高いコメントが種類があります。物理、近接、遠距離、パワー、ブラッド、シャドウ、オレンジ、効力、高い抵抗力。近接、遠距離にはめちゃくちゃあれよってこと？どうやって殺すかってこと？忍び寄るとかないんかな？全然できるよ。大したことないな。ショットガンシェル。敵多ない？なんもないんか。なんもない。あっちにもおる。あそこにもおる。敵いっぱいおるやん。多ないか。何おる？上のもっとしょ。めちゃくちゃおるやん。殺すか。どうも。ちゃんと物を拾って、戦闘はちょっともっさりしとるかな。なんか上登れるっぽいな。こいつ何？新しい情報、新しい実践、新しい攻略、戦略、グレネード。登れるんかい。便利ね。なんかあるんですか？なんもないじゃないですか。あ、こっちから登れたってこと？これもしかして。そんな気するな。いけるんか。これね、これ。ルパラ。ショットガン。ネズミがめっちゃおるっぽい。ああ、赤いのがネズミってことね。オッケーオッケー。これネズミね。ほい。ほい。ネズミの血って美味しいんかな。病気もらえそうやけど。あそこにおる。殺すか。 った剣って一撃ではないんや。あーでも戦闘でくれる経験値より確かに全然安いな、経験値が。やっぱ吸ってなんぼか。いやーこれは市民を吸ってなんぼっぽいな。吸ってなんぼっぽいな、経験値は。隠れ家じゃん。なんか死んでるし。吸ってなんぼか、そっか。トリガーがないもん。ああ、これできんの。ダメージ上げるか。出た、こっちか。これで上げれんの。ああ、できるやん。ダメージ上げるか。おお、なるほど。そんな感じね。オッケーオッケー。でも寝ても上げれんしな。ボディ、スタミナ、ブラッド。なんこれ、防御。どういうこと？技法語。ヴァンパイアは今のうちに抽出され、その場合彼らの動きを止める。動きを止める系。これ欲しいな。でも足らんや、レベル300。ヘルスを上げるか、スタミナを上げるか。血の容量を増やすか、血のあれか、血吸った時の量増やすか。考えるな。こっち。どうなんだろうな。これでもある方がいいような気するんだけど、とりあえず取っとくか。この辺だって1000とかやもんな。人吸わんかったらレベル上げれへんし。次のさてと、お金、敵はでもお互い目を離すなとか言う。敵って復活してんの？おお、復活してる。復活する系なんや。復活する系ですか？そうですか。 スタミナの方が良かったかなこれ。いやこれはスタミナの方が良かった説あるな。 HP より失敗したかもしれない。マチェテは確かに強くなったけどって感じ。ネズミ吸っとくか。でこっち。
I cannot enter.
まあまあな血やん。
Fresh blood.
わわわ。
The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
64、15、15。カマって強いんかな。カマでもつけてみたら。あいつ犯人？おい。
This place reeks of bloodshed.
死体でいっぱいだ。扉は開きません。ジャス。
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
まあまあな感じ。突然始まるんや。やっぱスタミナだったなこれ。いっと。いやそれが痛い。待ってこれマチェテの方が強いんじゃね？そんなことないよ。まあまあっけない感じで終わるやん。こいつ生きてんの？
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
誰か来た。
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by skull?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
わお。いいやつもおるんやね、ヴァンパイアで。
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders.
なんかすごいタイミングで来るやん。
Fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with a good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
なんか他に何もないの。カマの方が強いんかと思ったけど、そうでもなかったな。でも攻撃力はカマの方があったな、確か。ウィリアム・ビショップ。
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire?
ヴァンパイアの亜種。
I must find a place to analyze the blood.
ノルト。この時代のハンドルって立てない。まあまあいいボートよな。
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say?
The important
thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What? Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back. But I will tell you, she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed, marvelous.
Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word again.
なるほど。こいつは外科医で、
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother.
But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
なるほど。
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the
Jonathan.
And the beginning of a
Jonathan とか
beautiful friendship.
あれやん。ジョン・ウィックと同じような感じ。ジョナサン。ジョナサン。ローディング入った。あ、で、病院の先生になるんですね、夜勤に。
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship is in sync. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
こいつは協力者だったよな。経験値ではなかったらしい。私を病院に連れてって。ペンブローク病院に入る。私はソンジ博士の救いを手を受け入れて、ペンブローク病院で働くことになった。選択肢は、なかった。あの男は私の状態について知っている。私が何になったかをヴァンパイアだってことを信じられない。この人里離れた医療施設については何もわからない。ここにいる人たちは皆、私のことをかつての私、有名な、外科医、ジョナサン・エドワードかな ?E だったら。エドワード・リードだと考えているだろう。私は全員に嘘をつかなければならない。患者にも、スタッフにも、ここは私を、追ってくるすべてのものから隠れるための正しい住まいだ。何がどうなっているのかをより理解できるまではすべての人から隠れるための場所と。はい。はい。なるほど。はい。あ、こいつ6000もあるよ、経験値。睡眠レベルって何？催眠か。ああ、なるほど。あそこの港の中心人物はこいつだったんや。はいはいはい。いや、これマジね。これ、両手武器の方が強いか。両手武器に変えとく。オッケー。走るよ。ちょっと変える。走れん。こっちってこと？
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seeds of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
君を出血したのでもっと謙虚に殺してやる。うわ、これどれだろうな。R2 で詳細を見る。500しかないんか。どうしようかな。
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
ブラッドクオリティ得点進化してくれ。はあはあ。何これ。ムーにはまず獲物を、はあ、催眠。吸血で吸血するかで解放します。吸血をするとき最後に利用しますか。大丈夫なきゃそのためにですね。早めにヒントがははは解放吸うか吸わないか。経験値を取るか。いや吸う俺は吸うぞ。
In the back, you bastard! Didn't have the guts to fight me. Fuck you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
やっちまったや。強くなるためには経験値が必要なんや。すまねえな。これ今度こっち？なんと罪深い。地味に広いんよな。ここら辺は別にって感じか。アイテムがあるわけではない。入れる。入れんのか。いや、これは今日中にクリアはなんかできん気がするな。クリアはできなさそうな気がします。 きなさそうな気がする。ごめんよ。いや、スタミナ上げるべきやな。両手武器まあまあいるな。まあまあいるぞ、スタミナ。マップがわからんけん、どういったらいいかがわからん。これはどこに出てきた？アクトオスカル。そういう類もおるってこと？おるわ。なんかやばそうなやつおるわ。レベル11。やれっか。盗賊の血とか吸って大丈夫？痛すぎ。危ないって。まあまあ痛いしな、ほんで。なるほど。そういうものが手に入ると。大きなナイフ。
This is an impressive knife. There's a name engraved on the metal. Clay. What kind of man puts his... ハチェットって何？ 72、64プラス10%。これどれが強いの？ Name on a knife。 兵士になろう。そんだけか。それだけか。持ち物ってこと？分解できんのんや。It's locked, all right. ああ、そういう系？別になんかあるわけじゃない。ここもロックかかっとる。こっちもロックかかっとる。いや、これはあれやな。今日中に終わらんゲームだな。これは今日中に終わらないゲームということが今確定いたしました。こっちはなんとな。こっちはまたあれか。新しい地区になるのか。めっちゃおるやん、敵。武器変えよう。スタミナ30はでかい。マジで。鉄砲でも使ってみるか。いやー、11、レベル11。危なっ。痛い。
あこれあれやな、やっぱスタンをさせるためにはこれ持っとく方がいいな。なんかちょっとテクスチャがなんかちょっと変になってんぞ。いけるわけでもなく、何かあるわけでもない。死体がただ転がっている、そこに。おお、なるほど。そういうところも取れると。上にも登れる。お、
I cannot enter.
影が上がっとんかい。走るにもやっぱスタミナもかかるんね。はいはいはいはい。あ、これが今さっき来た道か。お店あるじゃん。食べ物くれ。10、12だってやれるんじゃないか。
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top.
痛いって。ああ、12ぐらいだったらまあまだやれるって感じか。なるほど。レベル12ぐらいはまだ倒せる感じね。オッケーオッケー。多少の。あ、で、こっちが港になるのか。オッケー。とりあえず戻るか。ネズミでもかじっとくか。ネズミかじっといて飛んで、ここはまだ開けれんよと。いやーでもあれやな、レベルアップするためにこっち。
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
あ、庭にスカル。違うよ、もう病院。上登れるんじゃねこれ。あ、登れんのです。登れんのですか。そうですか。いけそうな気するけど。いけんのか。まあいいや、こっち行くか。聞いてみよう。
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
あ、線もあるや。ああ、 こんだけの数が経験値ってことか。で、一人やっちゃったよってことね。なるほど。
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even... Further, if she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve. But I
長
must
い
admit
ね。
he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
で戻ると。こっちか。で、こっちよ。これか。
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
1500もくれんのか、経験値。はあ。あ、これが今さっきの人？
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I apologize, nurse. I needed some time to myself. This has been the longest and strangest night of my life.
You delivered poor Mr. Hampton from a terrible fate. The means to that end should be of little concern, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first.
Oh. 病院の人じゃないんや、この人。違うところのあれなんや。
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
めっちゃ怒っとるやん。
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in. How does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the
2階
stairs.
の
It's the last vacant
左
office at the end
突
of
き
the
当たり
corridor.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
なるほど。2000もある。はあ、2000もあるんか。こいつは
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
なるほど。
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
ああはははああ、なるほど。はいはいはい。高ない？物価が高いぞ。このゲーム。
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
No.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Goodbye, Milton.
なんかミッション増えたぞ。これ？あ、これか。あー、なんかクエストあったんや。知らんかった。やっちゃったや。経験値になっちゃったよ。経験値にしちゃった。中に経験値いっぱいおる。経験値とかってやばいよな。あー、人間性試されてるな。裏庭行けって書いてた。裏庭行っ ってみるか。こいつもしかして。こいつではない。陽気おる。陽気おる。いや、これが痛いんよな。に愛し合うカップルが伝し、最大のゼミがで、本当にはい、これが財布や。めちゃめちゃいろんな声がするぞ。ショットガンシェル弾薬。
I cannot enter.
なんやこのドクロマーク。インフルエンザ。入れるとこと入れんとこがあるんよね。登れるとこと登れんとこもあるし。じゃあ病院。こっち新しいエリア。ホワイトチャペル。ホワイトチャペルもある。これまたなんか違うルートから来たの。なんかまた一人喋ってみるか。
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
なるほど。はあ。
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful. Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
時代が時代なら医者でも質屋をやるってか。
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Chidana. 入れるやん。入れんのかい。
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench.
It's locked, all right.
Worry about this unfair situation.
まあまあな人おる。え、なんか光っとる。系の手紙と。人間性のやつが残ってた。一部にたかってたよと。アイテム見んかったら分からんこともあるってことか。ああ、なるほど。いろいろと奥が深そうね。 一周回ってきた感じかな。いや、これは終わらんな、やっぱり一日じゃ絶対。終わる気がせえへん。一回喋ってみるか。なんか変わってるか。
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
なさそうね、これね。こいつ何本なるんやろ。500、2000、これで2000やろ。2500、3000、3500?
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
はあ、なるほど。あと1個ある。あとこれは恋人です。
Goodbye, Milton.
そうですか。恋人がおるってことね。OK。患者が多い。いや、患者だったら食ってもいいんじゃないか、これ、ワンチャン。
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
どれ？患者が
I wish I could be.
喋っていく
Good
か。
evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
へえ。ヴァンパイアなんや。本当に。
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
Oh, such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Hagrid?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Oh. あね。なるほど。ヴァンパイアではない。ここは聞けない。
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
この人ってわりかし綺麗な顔しとるぞ。この人は
Good evening, sir. Can I help you? Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
Thomas.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
なるほど。
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
トーマスはね、自分にも希望があるという生きた証拠と見ている。はあ、なるほどね。あ、こんな顔なんや。はいはい。
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world.
It seems much more fun than the real one.
なるほど。
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
いや、これ一人一人 LPC 話していかないかんのか。まあまあきついな。
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
これは長いね。
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
名前かっこいい。中二病っぽい。
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place, and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
なるほどね。
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
It's locked.
ここに一人おる。違うな。中か。
It's locked, all right.
The giant morgue disguised as a hospital.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your
Yeah,
arrival.
これ
but I could
仲いい
not
わ。
dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him? Or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed.
especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Aykroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Thank you, Nurse Crane. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick, unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Who do?
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Doi.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
こんな感じか。ここは。
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all.
一緒か。
I'll let you get some rest then.
Don't waste your time
But in
with
the
me.
circumstances,
こっちは。
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
it's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
I have to go now, sir.
Yeah.
But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
はあ、問題が多いですね。喋った。こいつと喋る必要があるのか。
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swans's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Tell me, Waverly, What do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon. And it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative. It is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
いやー、これは難しいな。こいつか。
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Milton cheats patients out of their money at this hospital, Pippa. Are you his accomplice?
Yes, I am.
Is this your definition of being useful? By abusing the sick and poor?
No. It is my definition of getting out of this useless life once and for all.
Whose idea was it?
What difference does it make? We did it together, and I'm guilty as charged.
Answer my question.
It was my idea first, even though Milton would say it was his, to protect me.
Why do you do it?
Why not? Most of the sick who paid for a bed are already dead, or will be soon. Don't you see the futility of all this?
In your position, I would suggest a more elaborate defense. Cynicism will not save you.
This isn't cynicism, it's realism. You still need me, Dr. Reed, and you know it.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Quest があったな。でも行ってみるか。
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
こっちってこと違うの。こっちか。なんか2人ぐらいおる。こいつらか。 動部出張書を見つける。まあまあ遠いな。進行。レベル18。いや強すぎるって。18はさすがに倒せんか。これ死んだらどうなるんだろう。どっからなんだろう。こっからになるんや。なるほど。はいはいはいはいはい。
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
どっかでなんかかじる必要がありそうな気がするよ。いや、このステージに何時間おるよ。
It's locked.
Not now.
もう一個上があるのか。上がれんのかい。ってことはこっちもかな。こっちも上がれんか。ということは突き当たりの中古のトマセルズ
It's locked, all right.
ここがそうね。で、リードここか。
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
はいはいはい。長いなこれ。およ。いいこんな記事。
The flower's dying. It needs water.
そういうことね。さてと。どっちかというとスタミナだ。多分。何これ。パッシブなのかな。いや、これはスキルのレベル上げるの大変やな。結成ができる。普通の本土。
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
誰を殺して。
All your secrets to me, even the darkest thoughts in your heart.
My blood and soul. They belong to you now.
The life running in your veins. This dead flesh needs it.
Spare me, darling. Spare your obedient slave.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
なるほど。
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
失敗しちゃった。こいつのクエストやってみるか。薬局ってどこよ。ママトイレ。ママトイレ。歩いて行けるのか。
It's locked.
普通に痛いな。普通に痛いな。こっちこう。こっちこう。こっちこ
う。Best stay back, sir. Behind her! Leech spotted! Mine, vermin! Pay for that! バカ痛いやん。オートファジーもないし。ここが行けるようになるんね。はいはいはい。グリフィンとかね、やばそうな。レベル足りる？足らんのじゃん。どうやっていくの？倒せるかあれ。いや16は強いだろう、どう考えても。まだバレてない。大丈夫、バレてない。こっちも開くんかな。あ、なるほどね。こうやってマップを開放していくんだね。レベル16だろう。まあまあ高い。
せるか。ガードっていう概念がないもんな。いやボス強っ強すぎんか一撃が。一撃が強すぎるでしょう。マジか。倒せんのかな。ボスやしな。なんとなく分かったぞ。でも倒し方はなんか分かった気がするな。14から倒すべきやな。 うわー、タイミング分かっとったのにな。倒し方はでも分かったな。倒し方は分かったぞ。バレたってこと？2発は入る。よし。いや、こんだけ。
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication.
こんだけやってあれか。
Never a good move.
増えんもんな。多少は抗えることは分かったけど。いや、抗えることは分かってもって感じやな。そこにもおるんか。おいおい。いやー、きついな。思ったよりきついぞ。裏口か。こっちか。この人喋ってない人や。
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, Blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, Nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't. Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
No.疲労とかないな。何で治るんだろう。健康。
しらでも吸わんかったら入らんしな。どうするべきだ。結成方が良さそう。普通のハンドルがどこいるのか。風、気管支炎、疲労、キニーネって何ぞい。言ってないのかな、キニーネ。上にまで来る。あいつが質屋のやつが持ってないかな。気に持ってないかな。へいへいへいへいへいへいへいへいへい。ああ。
It's locked.
持ってないよな。
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
Tell me why you're extorting money from some of the patients here.
If a patient wants a bed, he'll have to pay me a little fee. That's all.
Where did you get the idea for such an immoral scam?
Funny you should ask. The first time it was from a patient who bribed me to get a bed. It's only then I realized I could make a fortune.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. The question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
Admit it. Nurse Hawkins is more than your lover. She's also your partner in crime.
Of course she is. How else could I tell which bed is free? I need to know that.
Have you no shame?
Don't you see the city is crumbling down? Today people are ready to pay to get a hospital bed. Tomorrow we may be fighting for food.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
こうじゃないの、こいつじゃないの。あ、じゃあやっぱあっちのやつか。出てきた。
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again. Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh? No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless. Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept? I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill. So you're ready to die? No, I'm not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know. You're a wise man, Mr. Chidama. No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise. Do you really believe goodwill cannot last? As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir. Quite depressing, wouldn't you say? Yes. But the good news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir. Please show me what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
アヘンか。こいつ吸うか。吸ってもいいような気もするし、吸ったらいかんような気もせんでもないし。3000だろうでも。買うもんだけ買っといたらいけるんじゃないか。
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again. Please show me what you have to sell. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
15。75。
Tomorrow, more bodies will arrive and then sadly depart. I'm managing a train terminal, not a morgue.
やるか。やってみ
Good
るか。
evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
催眠のうち1対4。どういうこと？4いるってことか。ああ、なるほど。そういうことね。なるほど。
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Never ceases to amaze me how you, the dead,
ああ、そういうことか。ソロストップ。こいつか。
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book. How long
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances, and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
成分を集めて
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Aykroyd. The flower's dying. It needs water.
さあどうなるかやな。標線を選ぶ、持っていく。ああ、どっちかってこと？でも殺すならこっちなんよな。ヒントロック中やしな。喋ってみるか？
かあれか、どうなんだろうな。あれ、こいつどこ行ったよ。おるよ。
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive? Or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual physical effect.
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological reaction.
Really? That's fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
2回か。
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
なるほど。こっちか。
At least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula. It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right. It's locked, all right.
こんな感じか。いやでも一日でやるには限界があるよな。これであいつと喋れるかどうか。
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Your medical report says you're not affected by the Spanish flu. What do you think of that, Mortimer?
Does it make me happy? Not in the slightest. If it was up to me, I would have left this place long ago. I know I don't belong here.
And why do you think you don't belong here?
I know the staff have more important things to do than look after me. There's plenty of patients here who need their attention.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Gosway.
拾わないのね。
Don't waste your time with me.
Come now, we can handle this.
催眠にかけられるわけでもないしな。レベル高かったよな、こっち。まあいいや、行ってみるか。最低でレベル10か。
It's locked, all right.
痛すぎ。いや、それは痛い。痛すぎるっぴ。なんかすごいとこに入ってしまった感があるな。錆びたなんちゃら。
happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent. But those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
Mm-hmm. 違うな。これじゃない。これをしに来たわけじゃない。これこれ。今ネズミおったよ。目の前に全然見える。12レベルぐらいはまあやれるって感じか。上にも行けるかな。
This is despicable.
Hero. ハンドルがないもんな。ダメージリロードダメージか。シュットガンシェルか。 必要があるよな。バリアが効くかどうかはちょっとまあ別として。説の方が強いんかな。どうなんだろう。別に入れるわけじゃないし。アルコールのボトル。何かがめちゃめちゃあるわけではない。由美子さんいらっしゃい。今はヴァンパイアっていうゲームやってます。黙々と。これか？違うな。何を手に入れたい？これか？違うな、これじゃないな。何を手に入れた？ああ、あいつにとって ベングロブについて、ヴァンパイア確認。まず最初に病院内にメスのヒルがいるを発見した。変開発の本性を隠しています。個人的に病院支援その生き物が隠され落ちないように必要だとついている。とりあえずこっち戻ってなんかおるな。こっちじゃ、こっちか。無駄にレベル高いと戦いたくない。帰ろう。パパよ。スパイに関してテルマハウクロフト。テルマは向こうだったな。テルマハウクロフト。
Good evening, Mr.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Telmo.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma. What do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
Ah, さあどうする。君はヴァンパイアのことを何も分かっていない。危険にさらされるかもしれない。
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
ああ、なるほど。そこの選択はそれで終わるんか。
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
なるほど。サラサラの血のサンプルをくれる。これでなんかな、できるんじゃないか。ちょっと分析してみるか。できんのかい。
The flower's dying. It needs water.
即座にブラッドポイントの方ね。はいはいはい。でこれをあいつに飲ませんというか。下のいやでもどっかで人食わんかったらそろそろきついな。誰を食べるかよな。マジでこいつの疲労をとりあえず取るか。
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
疲労だろ?
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
No. ダメだ。それでもダメだ。
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Doctor.
ベッドで寝るか。とりあえず。これ以上はなんか仕方がない気がする。回復中やろ。こいつ殺しちゃったもんな。4もいるもんな。あと2人多いよな。あのじいさんか。ホワイトチャペルは深刻。とりあえずベッドで休んでどうにかすること考えよう。よし休むか。
取れるんや。ブラッド。ヘルスを上げるかスタミナを上げるか。どっちかというとスタミナ上げた方が良さそうなんやな。ヘルス。さあどうなることやら。毎晩あなたのコーナー結構時代から皆さんロバート感染します。あなたが命を奪うほど悪化します。
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood? Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
No.
Yes, Doctor?
Why then do you always work the nights? Don't you ever sleep?
At the Pembroke, we're always hands on deck.
Your dedication to the Pembroke does you credit, Nurse Crane, but when do you sleep?
We staff get our sleep when we can, Doctor. Nursing is a vocation, not the labor of a journeyman.
Lack of sleep and the medical profession always ends in disaster. I've witnessed many a colleague succumb to stimulants to fight exhaustion. Drugs were as deadly as bullets in the trenches.
London's trenches start here at Pembroke Hospital. We are on the front line, make no mistake.
That's all for now, Nurse Crane. Thank you.
安置所か。
cannot enter.
こっちじゃない。切り替わるんよね、こうやってね。普通に入らんの。わい。暗いやね。死体安置所ってやばそうよ。なんもないんか。そんなわけではない。ガラス瓶。あ、これ出口ってこと？そんなこともない。入れるわ。そんなんかあるわけじゃないか。なんもないんか。上か？上か。なんか変なのおるな。
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
インフルエンザって感じじゃないけどな。どう考えても。
It's locked, all right.
怖いの部屋。なんかないかな。
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
なんや。ショットガンシェル。アルコールのボトル。
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
おお、びっくりした。これ出てきたよ。上から来たってこと？移動もありやないか。で、地下室。ペッペッペッペー。よう今日おるな。
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
「地下室にしちゃえらい立派や」まだおる。他には多いな、これ多すぎんか。72か。明快。
It's locked, all right.
何これ？ブラッド九州本土。ウイルス肺炎にスペイン風邪に。
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. It's locked, all right.
Hmm. なんかやばそうですね、これは。なんか匂いますね。ああ、この2人がやったやつですか。どれ？
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
ほ。医療ミスしたよってことかい。ここどうやって開けるんだい？
It's locked, all right.
2個ぐらいある。ないわ。なんか手に入れとったな。何手に入れた？ブラッド、おるわ。ジョン・ドゥ。
These skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
ああ、これが。
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper
ダイアン
dosage.
地上テスト。なるほど。謎の植物。何これ、アルコールボトル。分解してんかな。あ、でも分解せんかったらダメよ。あれが限界か。とりあえずこれで戻って。 多いな。ガードする術がこれしかないもんな。裏口か。こっちか。The hider they fall.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
すごい嫌な顔してる。
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett's.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
こっちは
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed the body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
これでまだ1個あるな。こっちはまだなんかが残っとる。何が残っとる。こいつ元気になったんや。
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea. Read poetry and wait for death.
ヒントがないですね。
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
これでこっちと喋ってなんか変わるか。
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
変わらない。変わらない。
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
強靭剤を作る。ハンドルがないもんな、普通の。欲しいんだけどな。強靭剤作るか。貧血、肺血症、肺炎、風邪薬。剤作った。いやでも健康だろう。安定にしたとして、1750、3000。ここは殺していい気がするけどな。ダメなんかな。催眠レベル1やもんな。どうやって上がるんだ。レベル8、パワーが8、睡眠。催眠ってどないしてあげるんだ。
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
へえ、市民が病気からぶち殺された適正な
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
この人は強靭剤で治したはずないけど。治っとりやないかい。
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to
なんだ
contact me if
自
you
分
need
で
any
治さ
help.
んでもストーリーで治すことになったんやし。血の誘惑、市民の血液抵抗力が自分のレベルに関し目探して慎重に読んだら無理や。ここは4、1、2、4。不明な人がおる。誰ここに誰かおる。誰だろう。
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadigan fellow.
不明すぎてわからん。
So lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know. I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
仲がいいね。5とか一番高いんじゃない精神力。あれこいつ移動しとるやんかなとか。
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
上か。進化のために休息。いや、睡眠を一回取るか。進化だ。催眠レベルをどうやって上げるかよ。催眠レベル。やっぱ上からこれそうやな。催眠ってどれなんだろう。ハッシブスキル。違う。なる。違う。ブラッド。バーネ。シャドウ。レベル10。黒。
催眠レベルがどうやってあるのか知りたい。これでも9なんだ。鍵開けれんし。どうやって開けれる？
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
こんばんは、先生。毎回戻るんかな、ここ
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
No.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings, and the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Vampyr の希少種。 4000か。いやレベルがな分からへんもんな。こいつ何なんだ。手違い。話しに行ってみる。こいつ手違い。
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
おー、物はでも入るんか。じゃあ殺せんな。
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you heard of someone blackmailing people in the hospital?
Pardon me, sir, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
こいつ医者じゃないってこと。
You can't impersonate a doctor. You can't improvise a medical education. People could die at your hands.
You're absolutely right, sir. But as a field surgeon, it was more like being a butcher.
Do you believe you have really helped these people?
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment. I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about triage and war surgery?
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
It was a time beyond belief, Dr. Reed. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
いや、こいつ殺した方がどうなんだろうな。外か。あいつか。
Last summer's
The
epidemic was
flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, Your Ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
Let's continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Hardy.
Lyric and simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect. What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round. The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Have you heard rumors of underhand dealings in the hospital?
If you want to know what's going on here, you better talk to Miss Jones. She knows everything. Especially what she shouldn't.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better already. Can I go soon?
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
No decency.
The daily routine.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Have you heard of any blackmailing going on within these walls?
I have no time for mortal games. My secrets are beyond their comprehension, Dr. Reed.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
だいぶでも顔色悪なったな、この人。
Pembroke is still standing after this epidemic.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir. Unless you're able to get rid of every rat in London.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Remember?
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Dorothy.
At least that mistress of the dark.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Oh. Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Oh, 違うな。下におる。下。いや、出たな。こっちか。ドロシーって誰や。こいつか。あれ。
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I ought to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Oh.
Have you found Oswald?
Not yet, sir. I need more information first.
All right. What do you want to know?
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
そこはいけんもんな。じゃあこっちしかない。一人行くか。ああ、眠たくなってきたな。
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him. This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
誰かおる。
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do. Are you sure you're all right, sir?
Yes, I'll be. As soon as I can see the sky again.
吸えるやん。頭痛やろ。吸えるけど吸ったらな、今じゃないんだろうな、まだ。吸う時ではないんだろう。置いて。こっちじゃん。
I have this thirst for blood.
水飲むと水取るわけではない。で、こっちか。なんやこのボスおりそうな感じ。
What sort of creature is this?それはいかんって。痛すぎ痛すぎ。痛いぞ。2発を。2発か。
強くなる。
Here's what's left of him. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
おいと。10ブラッド3級種。これの方がいいかな。
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
ない。
ルないんだ。普通のトリル。200。330。220。分析対象。分解。入力。ここら辺あんま意味がない。オートファーチ。強いんかなこれ。わからんな。It's kind ofダメージ99。アビス。どれなんだろうな。アビスが強そう。だいぶ顔色悪いけどね。ヒーローヒーローヒーローヒーローヒーロー。こいつ食うか。強靭剤何個いるの？ 1、2、3、4、1、1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1。 1 ままいるの。安定に変わったし。強靭剤めっちゃいるじゃん。別に俺らの夜茶券ってなんか特にあれなのか。みんな疲れちゃってら。
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead, yet smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
On every street corner.
他に疲れとるやつはこっちの方。
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
What do you think of Dr. Tippett's opinion of your promotion, Waverly?
Tippett is a good practitioner. Maybe just a little too attached to his prestigious position at the Pembroke Hospital.
Really? That's exactly his diagnosis of you. A little too eager to get promoted? A little bit too proud?
He has the right to think so. But I deserve this promotion. And I don't consider it anything but well earned.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Sweet girl. Treats me like a woman.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed. People here only seem to focus on contagious patients. I worry my poor Mortimer will be neglected.
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No, I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
で1 2 3あと3なんであいつあっちとダメじゃん。
Sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this.
こいつか。
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about disease.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks anyway.
Goodbye, Milton.
I thought last time I met him.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
なんでこいつこんないつもあれなんだ。偉いなラメ。
Do you require medical assistance, nurse?
I will be fine. As soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
あと1個強靭剤いるな。
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to see you again.
Do you need medical attention?
Well, the proximity of the dead is not the most healthy company, even if the quiet can be appreciated.
Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
回復しただろう。風？ここが今度は風か。頭痛薬ないもんな。ホワイトチャペル行くか、とりあえず。18とかいいじゃない。おいと。おはようございます。見てます。これ寝てない。寝てない。いや、これこっちな気がするな。
believe I'm doing this.
ああ、なるほど。
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. But the guards are recruiting more and more every year.
なるほどね。
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. This is my first patrol. This is no place for you, sir.
ここまで来たらこんなやつまでおるか。いやーこれねクリアまでねやろっかなと思ったけどね1日じゃクリアできんということが分かった。年な。 強いな。これ強い。いや、こいつ強かった、普通に。あ、なるほどね。仕事休むか。あ、そうなんや。今はそんなことないけどね。
I cannot enter.
ただ分かったことは、
It's locked.
こっちも分かった。なんかあれよね。なんか雰囲気がね、何も考えずにやりよるけど、スチールライジングっぽい会社の気がする。調べてないけど。同じ会社な気がするよね。
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
どっかにあるな。あ。
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
Medication and drugs are a rare commodity in East London. So you picked an easy target, didn't you?
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
めっちゃ怒るやん、こいつ。疲れてるやん。
Goodbye, young man.
I'll not die in some
Ah, sorry,
piss-thinking
it's
alley
in it.
reeking worse than a weak-old lavvy.
こいつか。ベンジャミン・パーイ。ホワイトチャペルはなんか多そうね。人が。
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What?
You saw what happened. Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
長いな、20時間
Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard?
いや、このなんていうの
Funny, I've been searching for
会話
her
の
too.
選択をしていかないかんのがね、ちょっとね。
The woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
めんどくさいというか。
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
いや、長すぎるピ。こっちか。
I have this thirst for blood.
途中で切ったそのまま放置のパティーンにあーねそのゲームその一回やってみての
Maybe it's time to see if this Christina is
一
still
回やってみて続けよっかなどうしよっかなみたいなそれによるねここら辺にセーフティーハウスあるっぽいけどここじゃないなここや
It's locked, all
な
right.
んでドアに鍵かかっとんやふざけやがってよ
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
All right. I shall leave you alone.
なんかいろんなおるなここ
It's not my call, Baron. You pay one way or another. Please, Joe. How long have we known each other?
近っ
District seems to get uglier every year.
おこいつ助けたおっさんや
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel. What an
いや、
opportunity.
別にそう
My
いうわ
name's
けじゃない。
Bates. Cadogan Bates.
単純に面白そうなんが、なんか
Not
そういう
me,
の
but
が多
your
い。
skills could help a lot of people around here. That would help my business, because I say a live tenant's a paying tenant.
I want to know everything about the recent violence, Cadogan. And I want the truth.
Well, rent may be a bit high, and yeah, I've had to evict a few people. But that's business, isn't it?
Take this as my final warning. You will not profit from the misery of others. Business is one thing, but what you do is quite another.
Really? What you gonna do? You ain't from here. You ain't Whitechapel, Doctor. You wouldn't know the first thing about playing dirty, even if you wanted to.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody
それを
savages.
人
Their
は好きという
appearance.
そうなん
Jesus.
かな。
Made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be
アクショ
around
ン
next
系が
time
基
to
本
save
好きやけんね。
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
ベンツさん。
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to. It's locked.
どこ行った？
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
おるやん。
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
So そうね、だらだらね。ただ読むのにも忙しくなるから。あるよね。ホワイトチャペルは広い。ああ。こっちにおる。こいつらか？
We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I'd prefer not to give you another beating, Barrett.
あいつか？多いな。あ、そうそう。イギリスで。ジ ジャーナリスト、こいつっぽいな。でもなんか眠たくなってきた。どっかでセーフティーハウス。いや、病院戻るか。病院戻らな。あれやもんな。切り裂くジャックではないんよね。ついでに殺すか、ここら辺のやつ。あ、いた。もう血吸えんすぎて、これもう顔、もう目が充血しとる。えらいことなってるわ。ここなんかおったな、でかいの。なんやねんこいつ。ウルト。強っ。
It's locked, all right.
旧ホワイトチャペル弓道。あ、こっちもホワイトチャペルなんだ。ホワイトチャペル広いな。あった。もう血吸えなさすぎて目充血しとるわ。やばやばのやば。だいぶ重症よ。まだ2個しか止まってない。いや、まだ2個か。きついな。それでも 15？ セーブって言うと何すんのやろ。オートセーブ。あ、これでセーブなってんのか。フラット。あ、吸うだけとかないね、これに関して。 これに吸うだけとかの概念はない。今月のおすすめ。ラスアス？このゲームなんかどうなんだろう。なんこれ。誰も予想できなかったヒーローが最悪のようにするんで、どういうゲーム？何かアホゲー？ジョジョ。ああ、格ゲーか。どういう系？カード系ですか。アイリスギア、アイギス。よくわからんゲームやな。これは列車降りてみたいな。ために30分。動物の森みたいじゃん。どう森やんこれ完全に。これ何？あ、ドット系はせえへんな。ミュータントタートルズ。セール 75%。A4 くらいだいぶ安なっとるやん。レッドデッドリデンプションやっとうしな。オーサンダーありますよ。ゴーストリコ。桜姫安なってるね、だいぶ。聖一郎。スナイパーエリート 90% オフやって。だいぶ安くなっとるもんもある。ゴーストバスターや。おもろいな。ガンダムかな。面白そうと思う。 ソウルハッカーズ。あ、でも眠たいな。寝よう。お姉ちゃんバラ。5？ 5ってどんなんだった？ああ、はいはい。そんな感じね。はあ、とりあえず寝よう。今日休みよ。今日は休みです。です。今から寝ます。ということで、お疲れさんでした。お祭りやけんな。地方祭中ですよ。ということで、お疲れさんでした。おやすみなさい。